Hey. Welcome to Jason is a Social Scientist. By Mouth Daily, pill number 851. Dang it. All right. Are y'all here to light my fire? Come on, baby. Light my fire. Set phasers to flaming. Go get your fire. All right. So some of you might be wondering what this show is about. People often wonder what this show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication, live on the book of face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 851 pills, 851 shows, the number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me the most valuable resource, their time. For me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell, boy do she knell. Hell, I mean heck. This show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas, and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment, with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record, and cylinders played on a 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with a nursery rhyme book from my childhood, containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warp nacelles, creating a static warp bubble, and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber. The show now takes place in an echo chamber. Created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show's also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes, and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed, and two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee-Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Cast Away, a quart of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye, I am what I am, a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite and transsexual. Transylvania. Come up to the lab. See what's on the slab. You can see you shiver with anticipation. Touch me. I want to be dirty. Thrill me. Chill me. Fill me, creature of the night, an undone Benjamin Button, a corny ear of Dumbo, a college try of I Spy, a couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross, a spoonful of Mary Poppins, and the full Monty Python. Finally lump in Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the sky with diamonds and wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. You got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives. The first and the second coming will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and sempstresses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign. Like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP. Pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals you. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now, and it's 1969. Free love. Woo. Hey there, Tasha Black. Ken Eddy. How are you? Hashtag Ken. How's it going? Oh, that's what I need. Amanda Lovenkiss. Amanda Lovenkiss. How are you? How are you, Amanda Love? Cheryl, hello. Dang it. All right, what's the next step? It's hello to everyone. I always like to get the premise out right at the beginning, and then before I do the greetings. But hello, everybody. Hello. So, other places they raise the roof. Hey, Sterling. Here we blow the motherfucking roof off and raise the floor, because a rising floor lifts all feet. James Bowdry. Amanda Lovenkiss is good. Cheryl Hicks, hello. I love you too, James Bowdry. Bang it, and double dog dang it. Hammer, screw. Hey, Sean, hello. Welcome back. Hammer, screw, nail. Pound. Construction noises. Dang it. All right, time to raise that floor. Hey, Kennedy, I love you, man. Oh, I got a new book. With some good stories in it. Stephen King's Night Shift. I was reading it. There's all his good short stories are in there. Got the Lawnmower Man and Children of the Corn and I don't know what all is in there. Lots of fun stuff too. Chicken butt. What's Sean laughing at? Are you laughing at me, Sean? Hey, Aaron, hello. Joanna, hello. Yeah. Thought you were laughing. It's okay. You can laugh at me. Dang it. What's going on with you, Bowdry? Oh, no, you're saying what to... Yeah, I think it's going to be better than Nightmares and Dreamscapes. That's all right, Christian. All right. 851. I got it, yes! I'm a good guesser. Oh, I'm surviving. I got a new vape cartridge. So that's good. Communion. All right. Before we build it up, we should break it down. Good morning, Linda. Oh, Aaron. Dang. I hope you're just visiting, and the person that you're visiting is recovering nicely. Dang it, the hospital's no good. All right, so some of you might be wondering what the show is about. People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication, hey Audra, live in the Book of Faith each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 841 pills, 841 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell, boy do see Nell. Hell, I mean, heck, the show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment, with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record and cylinders played on a 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with a nursery rhyme book from my childhood containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warp nacelles, creating a static warp bubble at a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. Yeah, they're briefed like underwear. And into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show's also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes, and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed, and two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, thanks Brandon, an ounce of Oz, Cass liked him too, a cup of Creep Show and Castaway, a quart of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye, I am what I am, a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ha ha. Come up to the lab. See what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with anticipation. Brandon Rockwell, we love you. Brandon Rockwell, we love you. masturbation. Touch me, I wanna be dirty. Thrill me, chill me, fill me. Creature of the night, an undone Benjamin Button, a corny ear of Dumbo, a college try of I Spy, a couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross, a spoon full of Mary Poppins, and a full Monty Python. Finally lumping Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, and wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. You've got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives. Hey, Danny. Hey, Laurie Nosbush. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives. The first and the second coming will always be risen, with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their voters will always be spinsters and seamstresses working the sweatshop. The Twin Towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign, like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. Damn it! If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. Hey, John. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals you. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now and it's 1969. Free love. Woo. That's awesome, Sean. Good evening, Raven. Oh my God. This is ridiculous. All right. Barbie, you have to cooperate. There. Right? I think she sloshed tonight, I think. Dang it. No, she's actually pissed because she doesn't have the ergonomic mat to stand on like this Barbie does. See, this Barbie's standing on a hamburger bun. Makes her stable. I lost my other hamburger bun.
Brandon Rockwell, we love you.
That's right. Oh, you think so? Oh, poor Gumby. No. Gumby isn't judgmental. Gumby's kind-hearted. Happy early birthday, Linda. Is that a quiz? I was born in 1979. I hope you have a great birthday, Linda. No, nope. I was thinking about it. These are they're Barbie triplets here, right? I put these Barbies away every night, you know, and I start to develop a narrative about them. Because like every day I put them up by the bus, right? So when they're not playing at the arcade, they play. They just hang out at the bus stop, right? Here by the bus that somebody sent me. And then I was thinking about it the other night. I was tripping after the show was over. I was putting them away, and I'm like, well, of course they're, you know, and the two of them are alike. So two of them are twins, and the other third, and they always exclude the third sister. And that's why these two always get to play the video games, and she always has to sit off to the side and watch. Okay. After 851 pills, you have all the characters start to have stories. Maybe. I'm not gonna judge that.
Brandon Rockwell, we love you.
They might be sex workers, I don't know. Kia ora, Clint, kia ora. Well, the baby has had a backstory for a long time. It's this baby Atlas. He's got the weight of the world in his lap, right? I always have Africa pointing out because people need to pay more attention to Africa. Everybody forgets about Africa. And so he's baby Atlas because he's got the weight of the world in his lap. But if you look close, he's got little ruby red slippers, so it's baby Dorothy just for... And it's also baby Prometheus too, because his little hand here helps bring us the fire illusion for the fireplace. So he brings fire to the people. Right. Gumby's her number one client.
Brandon Rockwell, we love you.
If they're sex workers, you know Gumby's paying for it. Dang it, the heck. Well, Night Shift was in the box. We're going to read Night Shift later. And then this is Harambe up here. And he's always got his hand up, ready for her high fives. For high fives. When I wrote it down, I would try to say high fives after Harambe, and I would always say high fives, and I just decided to just go with it and trademark it. High five from Harambe is a high five. I think it's just a satisfied look. It's a satisfied look. All right, so I'll show you. I just have to shrink down. I can give Harambe a high five. Okay, ready? Here we go. If you come to my house, all you have to do is... It's more the ghost of Harambe, really, because you don't actually make contact. And then here's Alice. She's pregnant always. That daddy, you like that? The giraffe. It's not. It's really supposed to be April, but I went hundreds and hundreds of pills calling the giraffe Alice. So I don't know. Remember the first time she was pregnant? It felt like she was pregnant forever. Dang it. And then she's pregnant again. I'm sure she's pregnant still. All right. out too far. Dang it, the heck. Hey, Angela. Sean's laughing again. Let's see here.
Brandon Rockwell, we love you. Brandon Rockwell, we love you.
Why are you happy, Sean? I'm glad you are, though. Hey, Barry. Ceiling, I always like to say. Oh, good. Good, good. That's awesome to hear. Thank you for reporting good news. That's good to hear. Where's my trolley? Good question. Where's my trolley, Mama G? Where's my trolley?
Brandon Rockwell, we love you.
Life is good. That's the good news. Somebody's happy. Words are coming. Words are coming. You bet, Danny.
Brandon Rockwell, we love you.
Sure, where did I put my candles at, I wonder? Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it.
Brandon Rockwell, we love
Let's
you.
get the fruit up and then we'll do the words. I used to light incense for the show. I saw somebody do it like on a live once doing a piano like early on in my shows, and I thought the smoke really just had a nice effect going by the camera.
Brandon Rockwell, we love you. Brandon Rockwell, we love you. Rockwell, we love you.
Off. There's too much empty space here. Oh, I think they're in the wash. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. New words of the day. Flame and kindness were the last words of the day. New words of the day are happiness. I hope we all find happiness. Alright. And the second word of the day is happiness can be a problem. Problem and happiness.
Brandon Rockwell, we love you. Brandon Rockwell, we love you.
I was able to find happiness in spite of this problem. Yes, it's a place to fall from, right? Like dusty. How do you mean dusty? No, I don't think of you as dusty.
Brandon Rockwell, we love you.
Happiness is a vulnerability. You're welcome. You're welcome. It's a vulnerability. Or you grow moss. All right, go gadget, mini fireplace.
Brandon Rockwell, we love you. Brandon Rockwell, we love you.
All right, time for a little communion. Hey, Jackie. Oh, who cares what the trolls say?
Brandon Rockwell, we love you. Brandon Rockwell, we love you.
Oh. It's true, it's true. Hey, Lynn. Facebook decides who's a top fan. The only power I have about it is I can take it away.
Brandon Rockwell, we love you. Brandon Rockwell, we love you.
I'm doing okay, Audrey. Having a little bit of a hard time. My son, he doesn't really want me to talk about it a lot, so but I'm just struggling helping him. He's just having some difficulties with some emotions, and I don't know how to help him. So I think. Honestly, I'm a little at my wit's end. A little bit. It was raining and then turned into snow. I'm not sure if you're saying you are going to send positive energy or if you're suggesting I do. But if you're sending it, thanks. Snow globe. I drove today to visit my nephew, and we went to see Captain Marvel. It wasn't the best. Oh, that's awesome, Robin. Try sharing the show too, maybe. That might help.
Brandon Rockwell, we love you.
I say that for my own. Share it to the largest groups you're in. Captain Marvel was fun. I liked it. It was better than I thought it was going to be. They weaved in some characters. Sharing's awesome. But yeah, I'll share it a little bit too here. to be a top fan too. Dang it. Let's see. Let's go to Cannabis TV. And where else? I don't know. Facebook viral videos and craziest videos. I'm alright. I mean, I haven't slept since this morning, but I was catching up on sleep a little bit.
Brandon Rockwell, we love you. Brian Wallace, we love you. Brian Wallace, we love you.
And you're not Dusty. Love you too, Jackie Petrina Figueredo. You guys got to get me like 300 shares again, like you used to. What the heck happened? No, I'm not complaining. Dang it all the heck! Was this one of your shirts, Jackie? Robin, we love you. No, I just think the algorithms were different or something back in the day. Like they're really that. I don't know. There's like a blip, like for like a month or two, and around pill 430. Like, and then yeah, there was like.
Brian Wallace, we love you.
I don't know. Who knows? It's all good. The page, she's steady, slow, steady growth, which is cool. You know, like I think we usually find at least one or two people that really like every night that like, you know, like give them a shout out, a new person we give a shout out that like sticks around and like often like, and then like we'll hang out for that night or whatever, and or at least for a while, and somebody really learns the message. But yeah, like I would say on average about 5 to 10 people a night like the page or follow the page, which is like, like that's pretty good. Over time it adds up. We're almost like we're just 200 follows, less than 200 follows away from 13,000 followers, which is pretty cool. I just go to other HIV related pages, to see, and I think I've built a pretty decent platform for there's other professional magazines and stuff, there's like Paz magazine is only but otherwise, other than that, I whatever, I don't know, it's not all about the numbers either. Hey, that's awesome, Kushla. I'd love to visit New Zealand someday.
Brian Wallace, get on you!
That's awesome too. That's cool, Brian. I follow your page, right? Which one is it? Sophie has to be let outside. $1,000 would be awesome.
Brian Wallace, get on you!
Loose nuts.
Brian Wallace, get on you.
All right, you got one more follower. You should have invited me.
Brian Wallace, get on you.
Hey, Wasabi's here. Also, I didn't know you were from Wisconsin either, Brian. What? If I did, I forgot.
Brian Wallace, get on you.
You don't have to. I already found it now. I looked it up and found it.
Brian Wallace, get on you. Brian Wallace, get on you.
You're an admin too, Robin? Nice. I already got it, man. I already liked it. Yep.
Brian Wallace, get on you. Brian Wallace, get on you.
You know, I don't know if this might have kind of an aftertaste. I was wondering how you knew some of these people. She really is awesome. All the words of a day are thanks to Jackie.
Brian Wallace, get on you. Brian Wallace, get on you.
That's fun. Like a real life watch party. But cooler. Hey, Charlie.
Brian Wallace, we love you.
Oh my goodness.
Brian Wallace, we love you.
This was a gift from a friend, but she wasn't sure how good it was going to be. And so now I don't know if it's in my head that it's, or no, I think it. Hi, Crystal. Hey, Anthony. Hey, Laura. And it's been going low key lately. No, I think I have a headache, but I'm not sure.
Brian Wallace, we love you. Brian Wallace, we love you.
Wow. It's a gift from a friend, and they thought it was a black market cartridge. So I don't know if it was like refilled or what. But the box says Kingpin. Okay, let's go out again.
Brian Wallace, we love you. Brian Wallace, we love you.
Hey, Nathan Pierce, hello. This is your first time here? Let's give Nathan Pierce a shout out. Shout out to you, sir.
Nathan Pierce, we love you. Nathan Pierce, we love you.
Welcome, Nathan Pierce. Jason is a social scientist. Oh, you're wondering what the show is about? People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication, live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 841 pills, 841 shows, number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me their most valuable resource, their time. I'll go get you one, Anthony Rose. Their most valuable resource, their time. To me, the community. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell. Boy, do she now. Hell, I mean heck, the show has it all. Ceiling. Show has it all. You find truth? Ooh, I don't know. I don't know. That's a tough one. I'll have to come back up to that one. All right. So, yeah, this show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record and cylinders played on the 19th century, Edison home phonograph, along with a nursery rhyme book from my childhood containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I called the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warp nacelles, creating a static warp bubble, and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yes, the show's also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed, and two doses of Alice in Wonderland. Hello, Quintessa. Two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander. Thanks, Nathan. A touch of a ton of the Twilight Zone. A tincture of Teen Wolf. Oh! An ounce of Oz. A cup of Creepshow and Castaway. A quart of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse. A pinch of Peter Pan. A pound of Popeye. I am what I am. A whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. And a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Come up to the lab. Hey, Katie, see what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with anticipation.
Anthony Rose, we love you! Anthony Rose, we love you!
Patient. Touch me. I want to be dirty. Oh, thank you. Thrill me. Chill me. Fill me. Creature of the night. An undone Benjamin Button. A corny ear of Dumbo. A college try of I Spy. A couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross. A spoonful of Mary Poppins. And the full Monty Python. I'm right in the middle explaining my goal. I'll start over after this full of Monty Python, finally lumping Rick and Morty with a leader of I Love Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds and Wham Bam. Thank you, ma'am. You got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives, the first and the second coming. Will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and sempstresses working the sweatshop. The Twin Towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign, like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now, and it's 1969. Free love. Woo. Quintessa Al-Medina. That's a fun name. Tony Toka wanted to shout out. But maybe we'll give Quintessa Al-Medina a shout out after that. Tony Toka. Tony Toka, we love you! Tony Toka, Tony Toka, we love you! So, some people are new here, right? We'll start over again one more time here. So, some of you might be wondering what the show is about. People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication, live on the Book of Face, each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma. Sean Who. In order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 851 pills, 851 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me the most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing. Marul? Is Sean Marul that one? To me, that's the most... Where was I at? The community. They give me the most valuable resource, their time. I don't know. I'm stuck now. That's Sean. Take it to heck. Well, Quintessa's next, then we'll give Sean after that. Dang it to heck. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Are you new here too? So, I need a break maybe. Time for a hit. Only resource you need is the Owl Brother. I'm not familiar with the Owl Brother. At the end of the show, I was taking the last 5 minutes. So that way, if people want to go back and watch me swallow it, they can. Instead of scrolling through 4 hours of video. Thanks, Harley Potts. We're going to read a new story tonight. Never heard of it, but we're gonna read Night Shift by. These are a bunch of short stories by Stephen King. We did. Oh, that's awesome, Brian. Thanks for sharing, man, and thanks to everybody who shared. But yeah, this got a bunch of short stories in here. I'll read some of them. Or what stories are in here. Jerusalem's Lot, Graveyard Shift, Night Surf. I won't read them all. But Lawnmower Man, Children of the Corn. Sometimes They Come Back. Strawberry Spring, The Ledge. I don't know. Hey, Mary. I don't see 1408. I don't see that one. Oh, Michelle, you're in the market for a couch. Oh, let me put my auctioneer hat on. Here we have lovely lot number 69. It comes in a beautiful shade of light red, and you can see the faux cloth metal feet here. And the best part is for the lonely troll who wins the bid, has the winning bid. It opens up to reveal not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5. Count them, 5 trolls. So the lonely troll who has the winning bid will be lonely no longer, because there'll be trolls that come with it. Anyway, so, and then you can preen while you masturbate on the couch. I don't know. All right. No, I'm keeping the couch. Don't tell anybody. Can't have it, Katie. And best part, it comes not with not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7, not even 8, but 9. 9. Count them, 9 cum stains. It's covered in cum. The couch doesn't pull out, neither do I, James. Dang it. Well, unless you're making like homemade porn. Then pulling out is acceptable.
Tony, Coco, we love you. Tony, Coco, we love you. Tony Toto, 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 we love you.
Hey, did you all miss me? Sorry, everybody. I'm back. Hey, Man's Killer. Hey, Kim. Kim Trail, hello. James Jones. Oh, James Jones didn't miss me. Not even a little. Dang it, dang it, dang it. You're just entertained by just the general ambiance. I ruin it. Yeah, that's one thing I say. This show could use a different host. But I'm alright. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. JD Speed, hello. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Eddie Kendall.
Eddie Kendall, we love you. Eddie Kendall, Eddie Kendall, we love you.
Eddie Kendall, we love you.
Eddie Kendall! Welcome to Jason is a Social Scientist! By Mouth Daily! Pill number 851! You are wondering what the show is about? People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication, live on the Book of Face, each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. Should be next. And find support. After 851 pills, 851 shows, the number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me the most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell. Boy, do she Nell. Hell, I mean, heck. This show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment. With Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record and cylinders played on the 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with the nursery rhyme book from my childhood containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also the Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warped nacelles, creating a static warp bubble and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber. Thanks, Michael. Created by me. That serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show is also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed, and two doses of Alice in Wonderland. I'm just in the middle explaining it, Jake. And two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Cast Away, a quart of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye. I am what I am. A whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ah, ha ha. Come up to the lab. See what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with Antissa.
Sean Marule, we love you. Sean Marule, we love you.
Patient. Kim will be next. Touch me. I want to be dirty. Thrill me. Chill me. Full. Fill me. Creature of the night. An undone Benjamin Button. A corny ear of Dumbo. A college try of I Spy. A couple raw strokes of Bob Ross. A spoonful of Mary Poppins and the full Monty Python. Finally lumping Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the sky with diamonds and wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. You got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her I-5s the first. The second coming will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and sumptuouses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. Eddie. Big Tarvey. So if I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now, and it's 1969. Free love. Woo. That's the show in a fairly large nutshell. Let's give Kim Trail that shout out. Requested.
Kim Trail, we love you.
phone's still going, or my TV's still going. No, nothing's for sale. Welcome, Tisha. To Jason is a social scientist. Buy Mouth Daily. Pill number 851. I'm right here, Elizabeth. Hello. You like Gumby? How many Gumbies do you count? Yeah, pill number 851. Hi, Jody. Oh, sometimes we have to go down there to give shout-outs. So, some of you might be wondering what the show is about. People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. The pill is Biktarvy. It's a once-a-day pill containing 3 medications: Bictegravir, emtricitabine, and tenofovir alafenamide. Together they work in concert to suppress the replication of the HIV virus within my system. I take my HIV medication live on the Book of Face. Good night, Sean. Each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 851 pills, 851 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night. I don't know what St. Paul's is, I don't think so. The people that come back night after night and give me the most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell, boy do she Nell. Hell, I mean heck, this show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment, with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcast on record and cylinders played on the 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with the nursery rhyme book from my childhood, containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also the Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warped nacelles, creating a static warp bubble, and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand. I'm just sharing the show if you want to share it too. And into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show is also like an old-timey variety show. You don't know, Robin? I'll have to give you a shout-out too, is that what? Of course, I'll give you a shout-out. Social science. Yeah, so the show is also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy. Nanu. Hey, Trisha, a dash of Mr. Ed and two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Cast Away, a quart of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. I'm glad you stuck around to figure it out, Elizabeth. 4-hour tour, piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye, I Am What I Am, a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ha ha. Come up to the lab. See what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with Antissa. Correct me if I'm wrong. Robin Leach? Is that wrong?
Robin Leach, we love you. Leach, we love you. Robin Leach, we love you. Robin Leach, we love you.
Patient. Touch me. I want to be dirty. Thrill me. Chill me. Full. Fill me. Creature of the night. An undone Benjamin Button. A corny ear of Dumbo. A college try of I Spy. A couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross. A spoon full of Mary Poppins and the full Monty Python. Finally lumping Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the sky with diamonds and wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. You've got the show. Everything is... Oh, fuck condoms. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her I-5s the first. I'm the second coming will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and sumptuouses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Is it obvious? Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now, and it's 1969. Free love. Woo. Dang it. Yes, everybody that takes the pill, there's a 4-hour-long show on Facebook. Yeah, the science is rock solid. Rock solid. There's been multiple studies that followed couples like my wife and I. I'm in Wisconsin, Eddie. No, there's been 3 studies, right? Partner 1, Partner 2, and some other study. And it followed, all the studies followed couples like my wife and I. One person in the couple is living with HIV like me, and the other person is HIV negative. And it followed them over the course of, the first partner study followed 1,300 couples, 800 gay couples, 500 straight couples. Over the course of 2 years, roughly 50,000 sex acts, and at the end of the study, they concluded that not one of the people that was participating in the study transmitted the virus to their partner, and and that was enough to get a lot of people on board to sign consensus statement. But there's a few holdouts, right? And then they were like, we need more evidence, right? And then partner 2 followed all gay couples. I forget the number of couples, but what I do remember is like between all the studies, there's been between 100 and 150,000 unprotected anal sex acts without a single transmission. So, and after that, especially the last study, like everybody was like, okay, we're the CDC, the UN AIDS, like the government of Ontario, the government in Ireland, like the courts are recognizing that people that living with HIV aren't a risk to transmit. So Jody is in the couch market. All right, we can have another couch auction. My auctioneer hat on. Courts in Ireland. All right, here we have. We're gonna go through it again. All right, so here we have lovely lot number 69. It comes in a lovely shade of light red. It's beautiful faux claw feet. And so, dang it. It opens up for the lonely troll that makes the winning bid. It comes inside. It comes with not 1, not 2, not 3, but not 4, but 5 trolls. So the lonely troll who wins this couch will be lonely no longer. It's got this mirror inside. This is great. So bidding starts at $350. Oh, the best part, I forgot to tell you. It comes with not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7, not 8, 9. Count them 9 cum stains. You see the crusty areas here? Anyway. Bidding starts at $350. $350. Do I have $350? No, I'm keeping it. Sassy people in here today. I think this probably could be arranged, Kim. Maybe only if you take a shower with me. Is it your birthday, really? You said Tuesday. It's not your birthday. Faker, faker. Your birthday, really? You said Tuesday. Nothing's for sale here, Trisha. I don't know, you're kind of sassy, Elizabeth. Sassy indeed. Thanks. I can tell. I'm a good judge of character.
Robin Leach, we love you.
You did sit through to figure out what the show was about, so I'll give you a shout out, Elizabeth. And you said you like the music, so all right, you get a shout out. Elizabeth Liz, that's redundant. I like it.
Elizabeth Liz, we love you. Elizabeth Liz, we love you.
It's the sampling demo on the Casio LK175 keyboard. So we're gonna read some Stephen King. A little bit. I got a new book, Night Shift, a book of short stories. How about 25 minutes away? Jackie, you were wanting a shout out, weren't you? We'll get you a shout out too.
Oh, we're gonna have to meet, Jackie. What are you gonna be doing there? Elizabeth, Liz, we love you.
We call it communion around here. Yeah, I do. I like to dab. Weezer's good. You going to see Weezer? I love Undone. That's my favorite Weezer song. You want to undo this sweater? Just hold this string as I walk away. And the Pixies? Wow. 90s flashback. Cannabis, I think. Must be cannabis. Why is my candle flame so little? You have an extra ticket? That sounds pretty fun. That sounds damn fun. What day of the week is it?
Elizabeth, Liz, we love you.
What was Man's Killer favorite? What did she want? The 31st is of February? Oh, that doesn't make sense. The 31st of February. Shut up, Jason. Okay, I have to get a babysitter. All right. I love you, Elizabeth. The 31st of February. Yes, it does. I know how to do shout outs right. Get a proper shout out when you come to this stream. Speaking of which, Jackie, Katrina Figueroa.
Elizabeth, Liz, we love you. Katrina Figueroa, we love you.
Jackie Patricia
We love
Figueroa.
you.
Oh, Elizabeth, don't come in here trying to sell weed as a cure for HIV. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Hi, Tom, how are you? Okay, good, good. There's people who would say that, so. One, like, never mind, never mind. No, but there's good meds for that. There's good meds for that. And most people get it and don't even know they have it. Hey, Blue Jay Ramirez. I don't know what CBV is. Oh yeah, weed did not help me get off of opiates. Is that what we're talking about? No, that did not do it for me. Suboxone therapy really helped me. Yeah, like weed did nothing for withdrawal for me. How did I know what Eddie Kendall? I love you too, Jackie. They can wreak havoc in people with HIV too. I'm trying to think. That's usually what causes mono, right? People with HIV, like people with AIDS, like late stage AIDS, gets Epstein-Barr filaments growing in their eye. It clouds their vision. I think that's a good analogy, Katie. You know, like it's you don't even know you take it. Really, it's almost like a placebo, and it prevents you from doing other pills. Like it's like it's like a. Oh, anyway, how how did I know I had HIV? Well, I last tested negative for HIV in January of 2015, and I first tested positive for HIV in August of 2015. And so in that 8 months or whatever, I contracted it, and then I also I got the first I got Giardia lambia, and then I got angular cheilitis, and which is yeast in the corner of my lips, and then finally I caught hand, foot, and mouth disease from my son, and just like those 3 illnesses like in a row, like it just seemed unusual. So I'm like, I should probably go get tested. She said it was chronic Epstein-Barr virus. Is that what it's called? Welcome. Oh, I'm glad you're making recovery.
Jackie Katrina Figueroa, we love you.
I had mono in 2016, but it wasn't caused by Epstein-Barr. Mono can also be caused by cytomegalovirus, which is in the herpes family, but it's passed. I think most of the kids get it, right? I don't know. Maybe no. I don't know who gets it. But people with HIV are susceptible to it. Like even when you're treated, it's one of those. For whatever reason, like herpes viruses, there's like a bunch of common infections. But anyway, I caught it, and I had a fever for when I didn't take ibuprofen and Tylenol alternating. Every time it would wear off, I would get 103 fever for 3 weeks. It was terrible. I think ask him about innate lymphoid cells. See if he knows about those. I'm pretty convinced that the innate lymphoid cells are the lack of them with people with HIV is the reason that they're susceptible to yeast, herpes, like all these. Because innate lymphoid cells, they work similarly to your adaptive immune cells, the CD4 cells that that you make up the bulk of your immune system. But that system's adaptive. Like it has helper cells that go out and find infection, teach it, and then specific cells are like grown just to fight that infection. Whereas the innate lymphoid cells, they're pre-programmed to fight the most common type infections, like things like herpes, yeast, the things that your body always encounters. And they didn't discover these innate lymphoid cells until 2015. And then once they discovered them, they found out people with HIV, within the first 3 weeks of infection, it's completely all of them are completely eradicated, and they don't come back. And I'm pretty convinced that that gap, the innate lymphoid cells, that gap is the reason people are so susceptible to a whole host of infections. Yeah, they're like the T cells. They call what they measure for them is they measure the CD4 count. So CD4 are basically like your T killer cells, and the higher your CD4 count is, the better your immune system is. Well, I mean, if it's too high, then you have cancer or something. But like, you want to have a certain, like a high range anyway. But these, like the innate lymphoid cells, the ILCs, they're like a specialized form of the T cells that don't have helper cells. That they're pre-programmed, ready to fight. They're kind of like, they work alone, doing their own thing. So I think of them sort of like, you know, like the T cells are like the army, right? And the innate lymphoid cells are like bouncers at your club. They stand outside the door. And they help with skin healing too, and they like fight the things like right at the periphery. And then, like, if anything gets by that, then you have your adaptive immune system that's ready to go. All right, and that's the reason, like, people with HIV, they live in a constant state of inflammation, chronic inflammation, and part of that reason, I think, is because of these ILCs. But they're a recent discovery, so I don't think. I really would be curious what your doctor had to say, especially since he crosses over with the Epstein-Barr and Hey, Richard Davis, hello. Aren't those pain medication, those COX-2 inhibitors? Those anti-inflammatories? You had Epstein-Barr too, Mantani? Oh, I won't bother him. Did it cause mono in you too? It can do other things in the body too. I had mono, but it lasted like 2 weeks, and it was like, honestly, I didn't feel too sick in high school. I felt deathly ill with the CMV mono, though. That was 3 weeks of just being deathly ill. It's not going to happen, Jody. We don't play copyrighted music here, unless it's really old on 78s.
Jackie Patrina Figueroa,
I think Mantani said you had it when you were really young. 5, did you say? Good night, Richard Davis. Thanks. Oh yeah, you bet. Thanks for stepping in. They call it the kissing disease. So imagine contact, sharing drinks, that kind of thing. I don't think it's not airborne. I don't think. Mantani, same page. Maybe we can play a record though. Let's play a record before we read a story. We're gonna read pretty soon. We're running out of time. Good night, Elizabeth. This is I Can't Give You Anything But Love by Rose Murphy. Is it really? Dang it, the heck. You're right. They call her the Chi-Chi girl because of the fun noises she would make. Hey, Matthew Herrera. Piano Steve. That's right. My dog peed on the floor. Hey. What is wrong with you, Toby? Bad dog. Bad. 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 When did you even do this? We're just outside. Jesus Christ. Happy 420. Oh, I'm pissed off. We've heard me explain the show before, Tom. It's the same guy that no, I don't make any t-shirts, Linda. Hello. lead. Okay. All right, one more premise before we read, I guess. All right, so people often wonder what the show is about. Linda Buford, she was wondering what the show is about.
Linda Buford, we love you. Linda Buford, we love you.
Welcome, Linda Buford. Jason is a social scientist. Buy him out daily. Pill number, it's true, you got me, Matt Danny. Pill number 851. You were wondering what the show is about? People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. Hey, Diane, we'll give Diane a shout out too. Let's see. So you were wondering what the show is about. People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 851 pills, 851 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me the most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell, boy do she now. Hell, I mean heck, this show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment, with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record and cylinders played on the 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with the nursery rhyme book from my childhood containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. Oh, that's rough, Katie. I'm sorry.
Linda Buford, we love you.
Nursery rhyme book from my childhood containing woodcut illustrations from the 5th. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I called the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warp nacelles, creating a static warp bubble at a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber. I don't see Diane. An echo chamber created by me that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show... Hey, Carly Jean Pinch. Yeah, so the show is also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style. Mix of the merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy. Nanu, Nanu, a dash of Mr. Ed, and two doses of Alice in Wonderland. A helping of Hee Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creepshow and Castaway, a quarter of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye, I am what I am, a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ha ha. Come up to the lab. See what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with anticipation. Touch me, I want to be dirty. Thrill me, chill me, full. Fill me. Creature of the night, an undone Benjamin Button, a corny ear of Dumbo, a college try of I Spy, a couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross. Wait till the end, a spoonful of Mary Poppins and the full Monty, Python, finally lumping Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, and wham bam! Thank you, ma'am. You've got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her I-5s the first. On the second coming, will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and sempstresses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign, like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. Mercedes and Diane. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now. And it's 1969. Free love. 3% is all you need. Mantani. All right. She got 3% just from watching this show. All right. All right, dang it to heck. All right, so I think we're gonna watch Night Shift. Let's read a short story now. set a timer for 55 minutes?
Your timer is set for 55 minutes.
All right, we're going to read the first story out of Night Shift here. Where did I put it? Did I carry it with me in here? Okay, we're going to read a selection from Night Shift by Stephen King. It's a collection of short stories. Jerusalem's Lot is the first one. Dated October 2nd, 1850. Dear Bones, how good it was to step into the cold, draughty hall here at Chapel Waite. Every bone in an ache from that abominable coach, in need of instant relief from my distended bladder, and to see a letter addressed in your own inimitable scrawl propped on the obscene little cherry-wood table beside the door. Be assured that I set to deciphering it as soon as the needs of the body were attended to, in a coldly ornate downstairs bathroom where I could see my breath rising before my eyes. I'm glad to hear that you are recovered from the miasma that has so long set in your lungs, although I assure you that I do sympathize with the moral dilemma the cure has affected you with. An ailing abolitionist healed by the sunny climes of a slave-struck Florida. Still and all, Bones, I ask you as a friend who has also walked in the valley of the shadow, to take all care of yourself, and venture not back to Massachusetts until your body gives you leave. Your fine mind and incisive pen cannot serve us if you are clay, and if the southern zone is a healing one. Is there not poetic justice in that? Yes, the house is quite fine, as I had been led to believe by my cousin's executors, but rather more sinister. It sits atop a huge and jutting point of land, perhaps 3 miles north of Falmouth, and 9 miles north of Portland. Behind it are some 4 acres of grounds gone back to the wild in the most formidable manner imaginable. Junipers, scrub vines, bushes, and various forms of creeper climb wildly over the picturesque stone walls that separate the estate from the town domain. Awful imitations of Greek statuary peer blindly through the rack from atop various hillocks. They seem, in most cases, about to lunge at the passer-by. My cousin Stephen's tastes seem to have run the gamut from the unacceptable to the downright horrific. There is an odd little summer house which has been nearly buried in scarlet sumac and grotesque sundial in the midst of what must have been a garden. It adds the final lunatic touch. But the view from the parlor more than excuses this. I command a dizzying view of the rocks at the foot of Chapelwaite Head and the Atlantic itself. A huge bellied bay window looks out on this, and a huge toad-like secretary stands beside it. It will do nicely for the start of the novel which I have talked of so long, and no doubt tiresomely. Today has been gray with occasional splatters of rain. As I look out, all seems to be in a all seems to be a study in slate. The rocks, old and worn as time itself, the sky, and of course the sea, which crashes against the granite fangs below with a sound which is not precisely sound, but vibration. I can feel the waves with my feet even as I write. The sensation is not a wholly unpleasant one. I know you disapprove my solitary habits, dear Bones, but I assure you that I am fine and happy. Calvin is with me, as practical, silent, and as dependable as ever, and by midweek I am sure that between the two of us we shall have straightened our affairs and made arrangement for necessary deliveries from town, and a company of cleaning women to begin blowing the dust from this place. I will close. There are so many things as yet to be seen, rooms to explore, and doubtless 1,000 pieces of execrable furniture to be viewed by these tender eyes. Once again, my thanks for the touch of familiar brought by your letter and for your continued regard. Give my love to your wife, as you both have mine, Charles. October 6th, 1850. Another one was October 2nd. Dear Bones, such a place this is! It continues to amaze me, as do the reactions of the townfolk in the closest village to my occupancy. That is a queer little place with the picturesque name of Preacher's Corners. It was there that Calvin contracted for the weekly provisions. The other errand, that of securing a sufficient supply of cordwood for the winter, was likewise taken care of. But Cal returned with gloomy countenance, and when I asked him what the trouble was, he replied grimly enough, "They think you're mad, Mr. Boone." I laughed and said that perhaps they had heard of the brain fever I suffered after my Sarah died. Certainly I spoke madly enough at the time, as you could attest. But Cal protested that no one knew anything of me except through my cousin Stephen, who contracted for the same services as I have now made provision for. What was said, sir, was that anyone who would live in Chapelwaite must be either lunatic or run the risk of becoming one. This left me utterly perplexed, as you may imagine, and I asked who had given him this amazing communication. He told me that he had been referred to a sullen and rather besotted pulp logger named Thompson, who owns 400 acres of pine, birch, and spruce, and who logs it with the help of his 5 sons, for sale to the mills in Portland and to householders in the immediate area. When Cal, all unknowing of his queer prejudice, gave him the location to which the wood was to be brought, this Thompson stared at him with his mouth ajar and said that he would send his sons with the wood in the good light of day and by the sea road. Calvin, apparently misreading my bemusement for distress, hastened to say that the man reeked of cheap whiskey and that he had been lapsed into some kind of nonsense about a deserted village and cousin Stephen's relations and worms. Calvin finished his business with one of the Thompson's boys, who, I take it, was rather surly and none too sober or freshly scented himself. I take it there had been some of this reaction in Preacher's Corners itself, at the general store where Cal spoke with the shopkeeper, although this was more of the gossipy behind-the-hand type. None of this has bothered me much. We know how rustics dearly love to enrich their lives with the smell of scandal and myth, and I suppose poor Stephen and his side of the family are fair game. As I told Cal, a man who has fallen to his death almost from his own front porch is more than likely to stir talk. The house itself is a constant amazement. 23 rooms, Bones. The wainscoting, which panels the upper floors, and the portrait gallery is mildewed but still stout. While I stood in my late cousin's upstairs bedroom, I could hear the rats scuttering behind it, and big ones they must be, from the sound they make, almost like people walking there. I should hate to encounter one in the dark, or even in the light, for that matter. Still, I have noted neither holes nor droppings. Odd. The upper gallery is lined with bad portraits and frames which must be worth a fortune. Some bear a resemblance to Stephen as I remember him. I believe I've correctly identified my Uncle Henry Boone and his wife Judith. The others are unfamiliar. I suppose one of them may be my own notorious grandfather, Robert. But Stephen's side of the family is all but unknown to me, for which I am heartily sorry. The same good humor that's shown in Stephen's letters to Sarah and me, the same light of high intellect, shines in these portraits, bad as they are. For what foolish reasons families fall out. A rifled escritor. I don't know what that is. What does escritor mean? I didn't think that would work. Small writing desk with drawers and compartments. Escritoire. A rifled escritoire. Hard words between brothers now dead 3 generations, and blameless descendants are needlessly estranged. I cannot help reflecting upon how fortunate it was that you and John Petty succeeded in contacting Stephen when it seemed I might follow my Sarah through the gates, and upon how unfortunate it was that chance should have robbed us of a face-to-face meeting. How I would have loved to hear him defend the ancestral statuary and furnishings. But do not let me denigrate the place to an extreme. Stephen's taste was not my own, true, but beneath the veneer of his editions there are pieces, a number of them shrouded by desk covers in the upper chambers, which are true masterworks. There are beds, tables, and heavy, dark scrollings done in teak and mahogany. Many of the bedrooms and receiving chambers, the upper study and small parlor, hold a somber charm. The floors are rich pine that glow with an inner and secret light. There is a dignity here, dignity and the weight of years. I cannot yet say I like it, but I do respect it. I am eager to watch it change as we revolve through the changes of this northern clime. Lord, I run on. Write soon, Bones. Tell me what progress you make, and what news you hear from Petty and the rest. And please do not make the mistake of trying to persuade any new southern acquaintances as to your views too forcibly. I understand that not all are content to answer merely with their mouths, as it is our long-winded friend Mr. Calhoun. Your affectionate friend, Charles. The last one was October 6th. This one's October 16th, 1850. Dear Richard, hello, and how are you? I have thought about you often since I have taken up residence here at Chapelwaite, and had half expected to hear from you. And now I receive a letter from Bones telling me that I've forgotten to leave my address at the club. Rest assured that I would have written eventually anyways, as it sometimes seems that my true and loyal friends are all I have left in the world that is sure and completely normal. And Lord, how spread we've become. You in Boston, writing faithfully in the Liberator, to which I have also sent my address incidentally. Hanson in England, on another of his confounded jaunts, and poor old Bones in the very lion's lair recovering his lungs. It goes as well as you can be expected here, Dick, and be assured I will render you... Okay, so the first two to Bones, this one's to Richard, okay. And be assured I will render you a full account when I am not quite as pressed by certain events which are extant here. I think your legal mind may be quite intrigued by certain happenings at Chapelwaite and in the area about it. But in the meantime, I have a favor to ask, if you will entertain it. Do you remember the historian you introduced me to at Mr. Clary's fundraising dinner for the cause? I believe his name was Bigelow. At any rate, he mentioned that he made a hobby of collecting odd bits of historical lore which pertain to the very area in which I am now living. My favor, then, is this. Would you contact him and ask him what facts, bits of folklore, or general rumor, if any, he may be conversant with about a small deserted village called Jerusalem's Lot, near a township called Preacher's Corner, on the Royal River. The stream itself is a tributary of the Androscoggin, and flows into that river approximately 11 miles above that river's emptying place near Chapelwaite. It would gratify me immensely, and more important, may be a matter of some moment. In looking over this letter, I feel I have been a bit short with you, Dick, for which I am heartily sorry. But be assured I will explain myself shortly. Until that time, I send my warmest regards to your wife and 2 fine sons, and of course to yourself. Your affectionate friend, Charles. Now another letter to Bones, October 16th, the same day that he wrote Richard. Dear Bones, I have a tale to tell you which seems a little strange and even disquieting to both Cal and me. See what you think. If nothing else, it may serve to amuse you while you battle the mosquitoes. 2 days after I mailed you my last to you, a group of 4 young ladies arrived from the Corners under the supervision of an elderly lady of intimidatingly competent visage named Mrs. Cloris, to set the place in order and to remove some of the dust that had been causing me to sneeze seemingly at every other step. They all seemed a little nervous as they went about their chores. Indeed, one flighty miss uttered a small screech when I entered the upstairs parlor as she dusted. I asked Mrs. Cloris about this. She was dusting the downstairs hall with grim determination that would have quite amazed you, her hair done up in an old faded bandana. And she turned to me and said with an air of determination, "They don't like the house, and I don't like the house, sir, because it has always been a bad house." My jaw dropped at this unexpected bit, and she went on in a kindlier tone. "I do not mean to say that Stephen Boone was not a fine man, for he was. I cleaned for him every second Thursday, all the time he was here, as I cleaned for his father, Mr. Randolph Boone, until he and his wife disappeared in 1816. Mr. Stephen was a good and kindly man, and so you seem, sir. If you will pardon my bluntness, I know no other way to speak. But the house is bad, and it always has been. And no Boone has ever been happy here since your grandfather Robert and his brother Philip fell out over stolen," and here she paused almost guiltily, "items in 1789. Such memories these folks have, Bones." Mrs. Cloris continued, "The house is built in unhappiness, has been lived in with unhappiness. There has been blood spilt on its floors. As you may or may not know, Bones, my Uncle Randolph was involved in an accident on the cellar stairs, which took the life of his daughter Marcella. He then took his own life in a fit of remorse. The incident is related in one of Stephen's letters to me, on the sad occasion of his dead sister's birthday. There's been disappearance, an accident. I have worked here, Mr. Boone, and I am neither blind nor deaf. I've heard awful sounds in the walls, sir, awful sounds, thumpings and crashings, and once a strange wailing that was half laughter. It fair made my blood curdle. It's a dark place, sir." And there she halted, perhaps afraid she had spoken too much. As for myself, I hardly knew whether to be offended or amused, curious or merely matter of fact. I'm afraid that amusement won the day. "And what do you suspect, Mrs. Cloris? Ghosts? Rattling chains?" But she only looked at me oddly. "Ghosts there may be, but it's not ghosts in the walls. It's not ghosts that wail and blubber like the damned and crash and blunder away in the darkness. It's—" "Come, Miss Cloris," I prompted her. "You've come this far. Now can you finish what you've begun?" The strangest expression of terror, pique, and I would swear to it, religious awe passed over her face. "Some die not," she whispered. "Some live in the twilight shadows between to serve Him." And that was the end. For some minutes I continued to tax her, but she grew only more obstinate and would say no more. At last I desisted, fearing that she might gather herself up and quit the premises. This is the end of one episode, but a second occurred. The following evening, Calvin had laid a fire downstairs, and I was sitting in the living room, drowsing over a copy of the Intelligencer, and listening to the sound of the wind-driven rain on the large bay window. I felt comfortable as only one can on such a night, when all is miserable outside and all is warmth and comfort inside. But a moment later, Cal appeared at the door, looking excited and a bit nervous. "Are you awake, sir?" he asked. "Barely," I said. "What is it?" "I found something upstairs I think you should see," he responded with the same air of suppressed excitement. I got up and followed him. As we climbed the wide stairs, Calvin said, "I was reading a book in the upstairs study, a rather strange one, when I heard a noise in the wall." "Rats," I said. "Is that all?" He paused on the landing, looking at me solemnly. The lamp he held cast weird, lurking shadows on the dark draperies and on the half-seen portraits that seemed now to leer rather than smile. Outside, the wind rose to a brief scream and then subsided grudgingly. "Not rats," Cal said. "There was a kind of blundering, thudding sound from behind the bookcases, and then a horrible gurgling. Horrible, sir! And scratching, as if something were struggling to get out, to get at me." You can imagine my amazement, Bones. Calvin is not the type to give way to hysterical flights of imagination. It began to seem that there was a mystery here after all, and perhaps an ugly one indeed. "What then?" I asked him. We had resumed down the hall, and I could see the light from the study spilling forth onto the floor of the gallery. I viewed it with some trepidation. The night seemed no longer comfortable. The scratching noise stopped. After a moment, the thudding, shuffling sounds began again, this time moving away from me. It paused once, and I swear I heard a strange, almost inaudible laugh. I went to the bookcase and began to push and pull, thinking there might be a partition or a secret door. "You found one?" Cal paused at the door to the study. "No, but I found this." We stepped in, and I saw a square black hole in the left case. The books at that point were nothing but dummies, and what Cal found was a small hiding place. I flashed my lamp within it and saw nothing but thick fall of dust which must have been decades old. "There was only this," Cal said quietly, and handed me a yellow fool's cap. The thing was a map, drawn in spider-thin strokes of black ink, the map of a town or village. There were perhaps 7 buildings, and one clearly marked with a steeple bore this legend beneath it: "The worm that doth corrupt." On the upper left corner, to what would have been the northwest of this little village, an arrow pointed and inscribed beneath it, "Chapelwaite." Calvin said, "In town, sir, someone rather superstitiously mentioned a deserted village called Jerusalem's Lot. It's a place they steer clear of." "But this?" I asked, fingering the odd legend below the steeple. "I don't know." A memory of Mrs. Cloris, adamant yet fearful, passed through my mind. "The worm," I muttered. "Do you know something, Mr. Boone?" "Perhaps. Might be amusing to have a look for this town tomorrow. Do you think, Cal?" He nodded, eyes lighting. We spent almost an hour after this looking for some breach in the wall behind the cubbyhole Cal had found, but with no success. Nor was there a recurrence of the noises Cal had described. We retired with no further adventure that night. On the following morning, Calvin and I set out on our ramble through the woods. The rain of the night before had ceased, but the sky was somber and lowering. I could see Cal looking at me with some doubtfulness, and I had hastened to reassure him that I should tire, or the journey proved too far. I would not hesitate to call a halt to the affair. We had equipped ourselves with a picnic lunch, a fine buck-white compass, and, of course, the odd and ancient map of Jerusalem's Lot. It was a strange and brooding day. Not a bird seemed to sing, nor an animal to move as we made our way through the great, gloomy stands of pine to the south and east. The only sounds were those of our own feet and the steady pound of the Atlantic against the headlands. The smell of the sea, almost preternaturally heavy, was our constant companion. We had gone no more than 2 miles when we struck an overgrown road of what I believe were once called the corduroy variety. This tended in our general direction, and we struck off along it, making brisk time. We spoke little. The day, with its still and ominous quality, weighed heavily on our spirits. At about 11 o'clock we heard the sound of rushing water. The remnant of a road took a hard turn to the left, and on the other side of a boiling, salty little stream, like an apparition, was Jerusalem's Lot. Jerusalem's Lot. The stream was perhaps 8 feet across, spanned by a moss-grown footbridge. On the far side, Bones stood the most perfect little village you might imagine, understandably weathered but amazingly preserved. Several houses done in an austere yet commanding form for which the Puritans were justly famous stood clustered near the steeply sheared bank. Further beyond, along a weed-grown thoroughfare, stood 3 or 4 what might have been primitive business establishments, and beyond that, the spire of the church, marked on the map, rising up to the gray sky, looking grim beyond description, with its peeled paint and tarnished leaning cross. This town is well named, Cal said softly beside me. We crossed the town and began to poke through it. And this is where my story grows slightly amazing, Bones, so prepare yourself. The air seemed leaden as we walked among the buildings, weighted, if you will. The edifices were in a state of decay, shutters torn off, roofs crumpled under the weight of heavy snows gone by, windows dusty and leering. Shadows from odd corners and warped angles seemed to sit in sinister pools. We entered an old, rotting tavern first. Somehow it did not seem right that we should invade any of those houses to which people had retired when they wished privacy. An old and weather-scrubbed sign above the splintered door announced that this had been the Boar's Head Inn and Tavern. The door creaked hellishly on its one remaining hinge, and we stepped into the shadowed interior. The smell of rot and mold was vaporous and nearly overpowering, and beneath it seemed to lie an even deeper smell, a slimy, pestiferous smell, a smell of ages and the decay of ages, such a stench as might issue from the corrupt coffins or violated tombs. I held my handkerchief to my nose, and Cal did likewise. We surveyed the place. "My God, sir," Cal said faintly. "It's never been touched," I finished for him. As indeed it had not. Tables and chairs stood about like ghostly guardians of the watch, dusty, warped by the extreme changes in temperature which the New England climate is known for, but otherwise perfect, as if they had waited through silent, echoing decades for those long gone to enter once more, to call for a pint or a dram, to deal cards in light clay pipes. A small square mirror hung beside the rules of the tavern, unbroken. Do you see the significance, Bones? Small boys are noted for exploration and vandalism. There is not a haunted house which stands with windows intact, no matter how fearsome the eldritch inhabitants are rumored to be. Not a shadowy graveyard without at least one tombstone upended by young pranksters. Certainly there must be a score of young pranksters in Preacher's Corner, not 2 miles from Jerusalem's lot. Yet the innkeeper's glass, which must have cost him a nice sum, was intact, as were the other fragile items we found in our pokings. The only damage in Jerusalem's lot had been done by impersonal nature. The implication is obvious. Jerusalem's lot is a shunned town. But why? I have a notion, but before I even dare hint at it, I must proceed to the unsettling conclusion of our visit. We went up to the sleeping quarters and found beds made up, pewter water pitchers neatly placed beside them. The kitchen was likewise untouched by anything save the dust of the years and that horrible sunken stench of decay. The tavern alone would be an antiquarian's paradise. The wondrously queer kitchen person who studies or collects antiques. The tavern alone would have been an antiquarian's paradise. The wondrously queer kitchen stove alone would fetch a pretty nice at a Boston auction. What do you think, Cal? I asked when we had emerged again into the uncertain daylight. I think it's bad business, Mr. Boone, he replied in his doleful way, and that we must see more to know more. We gave the other shops scant notice. It was a hostelry with moldering leather goods still hung on rusted flat nails, a chandler's, a warehouse with oak and pine still stacked within, a smithy. We entered 2 houses as we made our way toward the church at the center of the village. Both were perfectly in the Puritan mode, full of items a collector would give his arm for, both deserted and full of the same rotten scent. Nothing seemed to live or move in all of this but ourselves. We saw no insects, no birds, not even a cobweb fashioned in a window corner, only dust. At last we reached the church. It reared above us, grim, uninviting, cold. Its windows were black with the shadows inside, and any godliness or sanctity had departed from it long ago. That I am certain. We mounted the steps, and I placed my hand on the large iron door pull. A set, dark look passed from myself to Calvin and back again. I opened the portal. How long since the door had been touched? I would say with confidence that mine was the first in 50 years, perhaps longer. Rust-clogged hinges screamed as I opened it. The smell of rot and decay which smote us was nearly palpable. Cal made a gagging sound in his throat and twisted his head involuntarily for clearer air. "Sir," he asked, "are you sure that you are—" "I'm fine," I said calmly, but I did not feel calm, Bones, no more than I do now. I believe, with Moses, with Jeroboam, with Increase Mather, and with our own Hanson, when he is in a philosophical temperament, that there are spiritually noxious places, buildings where the milk of the cosmos has become sour and rancid. The church is such a place, I would swear to it. We stepped into a long vestibule, equipped with a dusty coat rack and shelved hymnals. It was windowless. Oil lamps stood in niches here and there. An unremarkable room, I thought, until I heard Calvin's sharp gasp and saw what he had already noticed. It was an obscenity. I daren't describe that elaborately framed picture further than this, that it was done after the fleshy style of Rubens, that it contained a grotesque travesty of a Madonna and Child, that strange half-shadowed creatures sported and crawled in the background. "Lord," I whispered. "There's no Lord here," Calvin said, and his words seemed to hang in the air. I opened the door into the church itself, and the odor became a miasma, nearly overpowering. In the glimmering half-light of the afternoon, the pews stretched ghost-like to the altar. Above them was a high oaken pulpit, and a shadow struck narthex, from which gold glimmered. Never heard that word either. An antechamber, porch, or distinct area at the western entrance of some early Christian churches, separated off by a railing and used by catechumens and penitents. An antechamber, a large porch in a modern church. With a half-sob, Calvin, that devout Protestant, made the holy sign, and I followed suit. For the gold was a large, beautifully wrought cross, but it was hung upside down, symbol of Satan's mass. "We must be calm," I heard myself saying. "We must be calm, Calvin. We must be calm." But a shadow had touched my heart, and I was afraid as I had never been. I had walked beneath death's umbrella and thought there was none darker. But there is. We walked down the aisle, our footfalls echoing above and around us. We left tracks in the dust, and at the altar there were other tenebrous objects to art. I cannot let my mind dwell upon them. I began to mount to the pulpit itself. "Don't, Mr. Boone," Cal cried suddenly. "I'm afraid." But I had gained it. A huge book lay open upon the stand, writ both in Latin and in crabbed runes which looked to my unpracticed eye either Druidic or pre-Celtic. I enclosed a card with several of the symbols redrawn from memory. I closed the book and looked at the words stamped into the leather. De Vermis Mysteriis. My Latin is rusty, but serviceable enough to translate. The mysteries of the worm. As I touched it, that accursed church and Calvin's white, upturned face seemed to swim before me. It seemed that I heard low, chanting voices full of hideous yet eager fear, and below that sound another, filling the bowels of the earth. An hallucination? I doubt it not, but at the same moment the church was filled with a very real sound, which I can only describe as a huge, macabre turning beneath my feet. The pulpit trembled beneath my fingers. The desecrated cross trembled on the wall. We exited together, Cal and I, leaving the place to its own darkness, and neither of us dared look back until we had crossed the rude plank spanning the stream. I will not say we defiled the 1900 years man has spent climbing upward from a hunkering, superstitious savage by actually running, but I would be a liar to say that we strolled. That is my tale. You mustn't shadow your recovery by fearing that the fever has touched me again. Cal can attest to all these pages, up to and including the hideous noise. So I close, saying only that I wish I might see you, knowing that much of my bewilderment would drop away immediately, and that I remain your friend and admirer, Charles. Again, this is October 17th, one day later, 1850. Dear gentlemen, in the most recent edition of your catalog of household items, i.e., summer 1850, I noticed a preparation which is titled Rat's Bane. I should like to purchase one 5-pound tin of this preparation as your stated price of 30 cents. I enclose return postage. Please mail to Calvin McCann, Chapelwaite, Preacher's Corner, Cumberland County, Maine. Thank you for your attention in this matter. I remain, dear gentlemen, Calvin McCann. This is October 19th, 1850. Dear Bones, developments of a disquieting nature. The noises in that house have intensified, and I am growing more to the conclusion that rats are not all that move within our walls. Calvin and I went on another fruitless search for hidden crannies or passages, but found nothing. How poorly we would fit into one of Mrs. Radcliffe's romances. Cal claims, however, that much of the sound emanates from the cellar, and it is there we intend to explore tomorrow. Makes me no easier to know that Cousin Stephen's sister met her unfortunate end there. Her portrait, by the by, hangs in the upstairs gallery. Marcella Boone was a sadly pretty thing, if the artist got her right, and I do know she never married. At times I think Mrs. Cloris was right, that it is a bad house. It has certainly held nothing but gloom for its past inhabitants. But I have more to say of the redoubtable Mrs. Cloris, for I have had this day a second interview with her. As the most level-headed person from the corners that I have met thus far, I sought her out this afternoon, after an unpleasant interview which I will relate. The wood was to have been delivered this morning, and when noon came and passed, no wood with it, I decided to take my daily walk into the town itself. My object was to visit Thompson, the man with whom Cal did business. It had been a lovely day, full of the crisp snap of bright autumn, and by the time I reached the Thompsons' homestead, Cal, who remained home to poke further through Uncle Stephen's library, gave me adequate directions. I felt in the best mood that these last few days have seen, and quite prepared to forgive Thompson's tardiness with the wood. The place was a massive tangle of weeds and fallen down buildings in need of paint. To the left of the barn, a huge sow, ready for November butchering, grunted and wallowed in a muddy sty, and in the littered yard between house and outbuildings, a woman in a tattered gingham dress was feeding chickens from her apron. When I hailed her, she turned a pale and vapid face toward me. The sudden change in expression from utter doltish emptiness to one of frenzied terror was quite wonderful to behold. I can only think she took me for Stephen himself, for she raised her hand in the prong-fingered sign of the evil eye and screamed. The chicken feed scattered on the ground, and the fowls fluttered away, squawking. Before I could utter a sound, a huge hulking figure of a man, clad only in long-handled underwear, lumbered out of the house with a squirrel rifle in one hand and a jug in the other. From the red light in his eye and unsteady manner of walking, I judged that this was Thompson, the woodcutter himself. "A boon!" he roared. "God damn your eyes!" He dropped the jug a-rolling and also made the sign. "I've come," I said, with much equanimity as I could muster under the circumstances, "because the wood is not according to the agreement you struck with my man." "God damn your man, too, I say!" And for the first time I noticed that beneath his bluff and bluster he was deadly afraid. I began to wonder if he mightn't actually use his rifle against me in his excitement. I began carefully. "As a gesture of courtesy, you might—" "God damn your courtesy!" "Very well, then. I said with as much dignity as I could muster. I bid you good day until you are more in control of yourself. With this, I turned away and began down the road to the village. Don't you come back! He screamed after me. Stick with your evil out there! Cursed! 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 He pelted a stone at me, which struck my shoulder. I would not give him the satisfaction of dodging. So I sought out Mrs. Cloris, determined to solve the mystery of Thompson's enmity, at least. She's a widow, and none of your confounded matchmaking bones. She's easily 15 years my senior, and I'll not see 40 again. Lives by herself in a charming little cottage at the ocean's very doorstep. Found the lady hanging out her wash, and she seemed genuinely pleased to see me. I found this a great relief. It is vexing, almost beyond words, to be branded pariah for no understandable reason. Mr. Boone, she said, offering a half-curtsy, if you come about washing, I take none in past September. My rheumatics pains me so that it's trouble enough to do my own. I wish laundry was the subject of my visit. I've come for help, Mrs. Cloris. I must know all you can tell me about Chapelwaite and Jerusalem's Lot, and why townfolk regard me with such fear and suspicion. Jerusalem's Lot? You know about that, then? Yes, I replied, and visited it with my companion a week ago. God! She went pale as milk and tottered. I put out a hand to steady her. Her eyes rolled horribly, and for a moment I was sure she would swoon. Mrs. Cloris, I'm sorry. If I have said something, if anything to... Come inside, she said. You must know. Sweet Jesus, the evil days have come again. She would not speak more until she had brewed strong tea in her sunshiny kitchen. When it was before us, she looked pensively out at the ocean for a time. Inevitably, her eyes and mine were drawn to the jutting brow of Chapelwaite Head, where the house looked out over the water. The large bay window glittered in the rays of the westering sun like a diamond. The view was beautiful, but strangely disturbing. She suddenly turned to me and declared vehemently, Mr. Boone, you must leave Chapelwaite immediately. I was flabbergasted. There has been an evil breath in the air since you took up residence. In the last week, since you set foot in the accursed place, there have been omens and portents, a call over the face of the moon, flocks of whippoorwills, which roost in the cemeteries, an unnatural birth. You must leave. When I found my tongue, I spoke as gently as I could. Mrs. Cloris, these things are dreams. You must know that. Is it a dream that Barbara Brown gave birth to a child with no eyes? That Clifton Brockett found a flat, pressed trail 5 feet wide in the woods beyond Chapelwaite, where all had been withered and gone white? And can you, who have visited Jerusalem's Lot, say that with truth that nothing still lives there? I could not answer. The scene in that hideous church sprang before my eyes. She clamped her gnarled hands together in an effort to calm herself. I know of these things only from my mother and her mother before her. Do you know the history of your family as it applies to Chapelwaite? Vaguely, I said. The house has been the home of Philip Boone's line since the 1780s. His brother Robert, my grandfather, located in Massachusetts after an argument over stolen papers. Of Philip's side, I know a little, except that an unhappy shadow fell over it, extending from father to son to grandchildren. Marcella died in a tragic accident, and Stephen fell to his death. It was his wish that Chapelwaite become the home of me and mine, and that the family rift thus be mended. Never to be mended, she whispered. You know nothing of the original quarrel? Robert Boone was discovered rifling his brother's desk. Philip Boone was mad, she said, a man who trafficked with the unholy. The thing which Robert Boone attempted to remove was a profane Bible writ in the old tongues, Latin, Druidic, others, a hell book, De Vermis Mysterious. She recalled as if struck. You know of it? I've seen it. Touched it. It seemed again she might swoon. A hand went to her mouth as if to stifle an outcry. Yes, in Jerusalem's Lot, on the pulpit of a corrupt and desecrated church. Still there, then. She rocked in her chair. I'd hoped God in his wisdom had cast it into the pit of hell. What relation had Philip Boone to Jerusalem's Lot? Blood relation, she said darkly. The mark of the beast was on him, although he walked in the clothes of the Lamb. and on the night of October 31st, 1789, Philip Boone disappeared, and the entire populace of that damned village with him. She would say little more, in fact, seemed to know little more. She would only reiterate her pleas that I leave, giving as reason something about blood calling to blood, and muttering about those who watch and those who guard. As twilight drew on, she seemed to grow more agitated rather than less, and to placate her, I promised that her wishes would be taken under strong consideration. I walked home through lengthening, gloomy shadows, my good mood quite dissipated, and my head spinning with questions which still plague me. Cal grated me with the news that our noises in the wall have grown worse still, as I can attest at this moment. I try to tell myself that I hear only rats, but then I see the terrified and earnest face of Mrs. Chloris. The moon has risen over the sea, bloated, full, the color of blood, staining the ocean with a noxious shade. My mind turns to that church again, and here a line is struck out. But you shall not see that, Bones. It is too mad. It is time I slept. I think my thoughts go out to you. Regards, Charles. The following is from the pocket journal of Calvin McCann. So that was October 19th, 1850. This is October 20th, 50. Took the liberty this morning of forcing the lock which binds the book closed. Did it before Mr. Boone arose. No help. It's all in cipher. A simple one, I believe. Perhaps I may break it as easily as the lock. A diary, I am certain. The hand oddly like Mr. Boone's own, whose book, shelved in the most obscure corner of this library and locked across the pages. It seems old, but how to tell? The corrupting air has largely been kept from its pages. More later, if time, Mr. Boone set upon looking about the cellar. I'm afraid these dreadful goings-on will be too much for his chancy health yet. I must try to persuade him. But he comes. October 20th, 1850. Bones, I can't write. I can't write of this yet. And that's all. And then from the pocket journal of Calvin McCann, October 20th, 1850. As I feared, his health is broken. Dear God, our Father who art in heaven, cannot bear to think of it, yet it is planted, burned on my brain like a tintype, that horror in the cellar. Alone now, 8:30. House silent, but found him swooned over his writing table. He still sleeps. Yet for those few moments, how nobly he acquitted himself, while I stood paralyzed and shattered. His skin is waxy, cool. Not the fever again, God be thanked. I daren't move him or leave him to go to the village. And if I did go, who would return with me to aid him? Who would come to this cursed house? Oh, the cellar, the things in the cellar that have haunted our walls. October 22nd, 1850. Dear Bones, I am myself again, although weak after 36 hours of unconsciousness. Myself again. What a grim and bitter joke. I shall never be myself again. Never. I've come to face to face with an insanity and a horror beyond the limits of human expression, and the end is not yet. If it were not for Cal, I believe I should end my life this minute. He is one island of sanity in all of this madness. You shall know it all. We had equipped ourselves with candles for our cellar exploration, and they threw a strong glow that was quite adequate. Hellishly adequate. Calvin tried to dissuade me, citing my recent illness, saying that the most we should probably find would be some healthy rats to mark for poisoning. I remained determined, however. Calvin fetched a sigh and answered, Have it as you must, then, Mr. Boone. The entrance to the cellar is by means of a trap in the kitchen floor, which Cal assures me he has since stoutly boarded over, and we raised it only with a great deal of straining and lifting. The foetid, overpowering smell came up out of the darkness, not unlike that which pervaded and the deserted town across the Royal River. The candle I held shed its glow on a steeply slanting flight of stairs leading down into darkness. They were in a terrible state of repair, and in one place an entire riser missing, leaving only a black hole. It was easy enough to see how the unfortunate Marcella might have come to her end there. "Be careful, Mr. Boone," Cal said. I told him I had no intention of being anything but, and we made the descent. The floor was earthen, the walls of stout granite, and hardly wet. The place did not look like a rat haven at all, for there were none of the things rats like to make their nests in, such as old boxes, discarded furniture, piles of paper, and the like. We lifted our candles, gaining a small circle of light, but still able to see little. The floor had a gradual slope which seemed to run beneath the main living room and the dining room, i.e. to the west. It was in this direction we walked. All was in utter silence. The stench in the air grew steadily stronger, and the dark about us seemed oppressed like wool, as if jealous of the light which had temporarily deposed it after so many years of undisputed dominion. At the far end, the granite walls gave way to the polished wood, which seemed totally black and without reflective properties. Here the cellar ended, leaving what seemed to be an alcove off the main chamber. It was positioned at an angle which made inspection impossible without stepping around the corner. Calvin and I did so. It was as if a rotten spectre of this dwelling's sinister past had risen before us. A single chair stood in this alcove, and above it, fastened from a hook in one of the stout overhead beams, was a decayed noose of hemp. "Then it was here that he hung himself," Cal muttered. "God!" "Yes, with the corpse of his daughter lying at the foot of the stairs behind him." Cal began to speak. Then I saw his eyes jerk to a spot behind me. Then his words became a scream. "How, Bones, can I describe the sight which fell upon our eyes? How can I tell you of the hideous tenants within our walls?" The far wall swung back, and from that darkness a face leered, a face with eyes as ebon as the Styx itself. Its mouth yawned in a toothless, agonized grin. One yellow, rotted hand stretched itself out to us, made a hideous mewling sound, and took a shambling step forward. The light from my candle fell upon it, and I saw the livid rope burn about its neck. From beyond it, something else moved, something I shall dream of until the day when all dreams cease. A girl with a pallid, moldering face and a corpse grin. A girl whose head lolled at a lunatic angle. They wanted us. I know it, and I know they would have drawn us into that darkness and made us their own, had I not thrown my candle directly at the thing in the partition and followed it with the chair beneath that noose. After that, all is confused darkness. My mind has drawn the curtain. I awoke, as I have said, in my room with Cal at my side. If I could leave, I should fly from this house of horror with my nightdress flapping at my heels. But I cannot. I have become a pawn in a deeper, darker drama. Do not ask how I know. I only do. Mrs. Cloris was right when she spoke of blood calling to blood, and how horribly right when she spoke of those who watch and those who guard. I fear that I have wakened a force which has slept in the tenebrous village of Salem's Lot for half a century, a force which has slain my ancestors and taken them in unholy bondage as Nosferatu, the undead. And I have greater fears than those, Bones. I still see, only in part. If I only knew all. Charles. Postscriptum. And of course I write this only for myself. We are isolated from Preacher's Corners. I daren't carry my taint there to post this, and Kelvin will not leave me. Perhaps, if God is good, this will reach you in some manner. From the pocket journal of Calvin McCann, October 23rd, 1850. He is stronger today. We talked briefly of the apparitions in the cellar, agreed they were neither hallucinations or of an ectoplasmic origin, but real. Does Mr. Boone suspect as I do that they have gone? Perhaps the noises are still. Yet all is ominous yet, o'ercast with a dark pall. It seems we wait in the deceptive eye of the storm. I found a packet of papers in an upstairs bedroom, lying in the bottom drawer of an old roll-top desk. Some correspondence and receipted bills lead me to believe the room was Robert Boone's. Yet the most interesting document is a few jottings on the back of an advertisement for gentlemen's beaver hats. At the top of it is writ, "Blessed are the meek." Below, the following apparent nonsense is writ. BKE. I believe it is the key of the locked and coded book in the library. The cipher above is certainly a rustic one used in the War for Independence known as the fence rail. When one removes the nulls from the second bit of the scribble, the following is obtained. It's still unlegible. Read up and down rather than across. The result is the original quotation from the Beatitudes. Before I dare show this to Mr. Boone, I must be sure of the book's contents. Okay, we'll stop there. Just a breath this moment now, the violins will sound. I'll hold you close, and this is how I'll dance you into my heart. I'll dance you up, I'll dance you down, we'll dance the night away. I'll dance you to the end of time and to the brink of day. I'll see you standing there with the star fall in your hair, and I'll ask you if you care. We'll go waltzing with me in the air, and we'll step into a magic spell and leave the earth below. I'll dance you to a fairly well and never let you go. All will be revealed, Kyla. Just wait after this song. All will be revealed. I'll hold you close, and this is how I'll dance you into my heart. I'll dance you up, I'll dance you down, we'll dance the night away. I'll dance you to the end of time and to the brink of day. I'll see you standing there with the star fall in your hair, and I'll ask you if you care. We'll go waltzing with me in the air, and we'll step do a magic spell and leave the earth below. I'll dance you to a fairly well and never let you go. Good night, Mantani. Love you too. Alright, Carla wants to know what the show's about. She's here for the anticlimax. Good night, old friends and new. Good night, old friends and new. All right. We've come once again. To the anticlimax. It only takes 4 hours to get here, but here we are. So you might be wondering what the show is about. People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication. Live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 851 pills, 851 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me the most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell, boy do she knell. Hell, heck, this show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment. With Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcast on record and cylinders played on the 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with the nursery rhyme book from my childhood containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warp nacelles, creating a static warp bubble and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. I was forgetting something. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yes, the show's also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed, and two doses of Alice in Wonderland. A helping of hee-haw, yeah, we can do it next time, a helping of hee-haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Cast Away, a quart of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye, I Am What I Am, a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. Good night. Love you too. Dang it. I love you all. Day it to heck. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ha ha. Go up to the lab. See what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with anticipation. Just touch me. I want to be dirty. Thrill me, chill me, fulfill me. Creature of the night. An undone Benjamin Button, a corny ear of Dumbo, a college try of I Spy, a couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross, a spoonful of Mary Poppins, and the full Monty Python finally lumping Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the sky with diamonds and wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. You've got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives. The first On the second coming will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies, the Supermen. And their boners will always be spinsters and sumptuouses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign, like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. I'm sorry you're feeling that way, Lena. There's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now. And it's 1969. Free love. Woo. All right. Pill number 851 down the hatch. We are robot. Oh, thank you all for being here tonight. I had a great time. Thank you all for sharing the show, spreading me like a virus. Thanks for all your comments and your reactions. Every comment is a bump and spreads me like a virus. So thank you all for for all your time. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. Good night, JD. All right, this is the house that Jack built. Good night, Jeanette. This is the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the cow that crumpled on the toss, the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the maiden all forlorn, the milk the cow with the crumpled on the toss, the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the maiden all forlorn, the milk the cow with the crumpled on the toss, the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the man all tattered and torn that kissed the maiden all forlorn, the milk the cow with the crumpled on. Good night, Marlene. The milk the cow with the crumple on the toss, the dog with the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house of Jack. But this is the priest that shaved the chore. This is the priest, all shaven and torn, that married the man, all tattered and torn, that kissed the maiden, all forlorn, the milk the cow with the crumple on the toss, the dog with the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house of Jack. Good night, Scott Hughes. Good night. Good night, James Jones. I love you, man. Sweetheart. All right, dang it, dang it, dang it. All right, this is the cock that crowed in the morn. The wolf, the priest, all shaven and torn, that married the man, all tattered and torn, that kissed the maiden, all forlorn, the milk the cow with the crumple on the toss, the dog that the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt. Lay in the house of Jack. Well, this is the farmer that sowed the corn, that fed the cock, that crowed in the morn, the wolf, the priest, all shaven and torn, that married the man, all tattered and torn, that kissed the maiden, all forlorn, the milk the cow with the crumple on the toss, the dog that the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt. Lay in the house of Jack. All right, I love you all. Come back tomorrow. I'll have more ideas for you, and you'll have things you want to talk about, and so will I. Jeanette, I love you for loving my cock. Dang it, dang it, dang it. I love it when people pay attention to my cock. All right, I love you. Mantani, I love you too. I love you all. All right, good night, good night, good night. Come back tomorrow. I'll have more ideas for you. You'll have things you want to talk about, and so will I. I love you.
Good night, old man.
love you all. Good night.